Gross.
Oh my goodness, how are you?
I'm doing pretty well. How are you?
I'm okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If tomorrow were Shabbat, I wouldn't be here tomorrow.
If tomorrow were Shabbat, you wouldn't be here tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah. I think we should get, tomorrow should actually be a pretty big crowd.
You think so?
Yisker, and yeah. I feel like people come, I think some people are back. I think the Goldmans are maybe back. Maybe they're not. I don't know.
I don't think they're back. I think they said 10 days or something. Maybe. I don't think they're back. And they drove, so I would doubt they're back.
Oh, they drove. Oh, yeah. Maybe they're not. And they probably are not, actually.
We got nothing other than two Torahs. We got nothing super special today, right?
Nothing super special.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Pretty good.
It's beautiful. I think it's time to start putting the tent back out.
I'm not arguing that.
There's, have you been to Congregation Sons of Israel in Ossining or Briarcliff Manor or whatever? Do you remember what their sanctuary looks like? It's a garage basically. It's like a giant garage, and all of the walls come up, all of them, just stump. Like that's how it was. It's really, really, really cool actually. They also have a farm there. They have like a working farm there. Which is pretty amazing. They have like this huge big space, like Bethel or some big space, and they just decided to turn it all into a farm. It's locked out
I
front.
think so. I couldn't pull it, so I don't know.
All right, well, folks, so
Shabbat Shemeach.
It's much slow after Wednesday, so I guess
That's true. It's Friday. It's Friday.
it's worth going to this farm. Like there's this guy. The stories like there's a congregant who he's like a farmer or whatever. He retired. He's like, okay, I wanna. They lease him the land and it's his business. Like he had they make wine and it's really wild. They have chickens and stuff. It's worth checking out. They have a farm stand.
It was something.
And,
their own identity, maybe.
Sons of Israel, yeah, and the sanctuary is quite unique. I was only there. I went there for a Westchester RA type thing, like a lunch, like when I first got here, and it was just really, it was just a very unique.
Is it any specific denomination?
It's conservative, sure.
It's conservative?
Yeah, it's conservative, sure.
RA is a buzz phrase for our movement.
Right, no, I know. Yeah.
No, it's exactly the Bravo, and but the sanctuary,
I don't know this place.
It's like a big garage, so it's always, so for COVID.
So what's his name? Jonathan Waxman, remember the place he had down in the meatpacking district? That had a garage door.
Yes. Just like that. It actually felt a lot like that. Yes.
Well, northern Westchester, there's lots of land,
Yeah.
Land is cheap.
Well, it's interesting. It depends where you come from. Like, here's not a lot of land if you come from the Midwest, where everybody.
The Bronx used to be farmland.
Yeah,
the Bronx used to be farmland.
It did.
Westchester used to be.
Like, if you talk to who grew up in the Bronx, then it was farmland. You have to be pretty old, but
Westchester too.
Well, Long Island too. When I was born, Stony Brook was potato farms out there.
Well, at least part of Long Island is still farm, right? So.
Yeah.
Yeah, the North Fork is pretty farmy, so not too many houses.
Nice wineries out there.
Like even my street, my house was built in 1939, one of the earlier ones here. And there are a few that were built right then, but then there are a whole bunch more that were built in the 50s. So, when suburbia was being built up, everything got filled in.
Cynthia Ozick writes about growing up in the Bronx and the farmland. She's got a new book coming up, actually. Do you know Cynthia Ozick? She's a novelist. She's good friends
I know
with
her
Gloria,
personally.
actually.
Yeah.
Not surprising.
Not surprising.
No competitors.
No, they just,
They're like actually like really, really, really close
Yeah,
friends.
I mean,
She,
left-wing literary intelligentsia, Gloria knows that.
I don't know how left. I think literary intelligentsia is right. I'm not sure how left wing.
Left-wing, I mean, with Israel she's not. But
Gloria,
yeah.
another thing. Right.
Socially, she's very.
Right. That doesn't surprise me. Yeah, I mean,
They've
Cynthia
both
Ozick.
been
Yeah, Cynthia
they've
Ozick.
both been in the community
I
for
think
decades
Cynthia
and decades.
Ozick's. I don't know what Cynthia Ozick's politics are.
Right.
She's a brilliant writer. I don't know exactly. Anyways,
We're after 9:30.
what's that? We are after 9:30. Away we go. Good Yontiv, everyone. Good Yontiv if you're joining us online. If you're online and you feel able, please do come help us make a minyan. We're on page 65.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lecha bina להבחין בין יום ובין לילה. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם שעשני בצלמו. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם שעשני ישראל. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם שעשני בן חורין. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם פוקח עיוורים. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם מלביש ערומים. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם מתיר אסורים. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם צוקף כפופים. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם רוק הארץ על המים. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם שעשה לי כל צורכי. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם המכין את צדיק גבר. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם עוזר ישראל בגבורה. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם עוטר ישראל בתפארה. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם הנותן לעייף כוח. ברוך אתה אדוני ותנו חיום אחרון אחינו חסד ורחמים בעיניך ובעיני כל רואינו ותגמלנו חסידים טובים. ברוך אתה אדוני גומל חסידים טובים לעמו ישראל. יהי רצון לבנך רבון כל אלוהים על צדיקינו אנחנו משפילים. אנחנו עמך בני בריתך. אשרינו מה טוב חלקנו מה נעים גורלנו ימה ירושתנו. אשרינו שאנחנו מסכימים ומערבים ערב הבוקר ועומדים פעמיים בכל יום. שמע ישראל אדוני אלוהינו אדוני קדש את שמך מקדישי שמך וקדש את שמך ועולמך ושועך תרים בתגביה קרננו. ברוך אתה אדוני מקדש את שמך ברבים. הוא אדוני אלוהינו בשמיים ובארץ. יהי רצון לפניך אדוני אלוהינו ולאבותינו שתיתן חלקנו בתורתך בנביאה מדוד של אהרון חכוכנו אוכב שלום ורודף שלום אוכב את הבריות וקרבן לתורה. We go on page Friday, right? Page 78. Edo techanu meod nuvat kadavat kodesh Adonai leorech yamim. Page 81. Mizmor Shemar. Elecha Adonai ekra Ve'el Adonai etchanan Elecha Adonai ekra Ve'el Adonai etchanan Shema Adonai v'choneni Adonai heye ozer li Shema Adonai v'choneni Adonai heye Misbedila Makali Pitakta Sakiva Das Reni Simcha Lemanya Zamerka Kavel Velo Yidom Adonai Ohai Leolam Modeka. Page 83, please rise. Baruch She'amar V'Yaolam Baruch Hu Baruch Hosei Bereshit Baruch Shemo Baruch Omer V'Yosei Baruch Hu Baruch Gozer Kayem Baruch Shemo Baruch Merachem Al Haaretz Baruch Hu Baruch Merachem Al Habriot Baruch Shemo Baruch Meshalem Sakar Tov Lireav Baruch Hu Baruch Elad V'Kayam LaNetzach Baruch Shemo Baruch Podei Umatzil Baruch Hu Baruch Shemo Yachid Chelamim Melch Meshurach Umved Adei Ad Shemo Hagadol Baruch Atanai Melch Mechlal Batishpachon Let's go to 92. I'm going to try his tune since it's almost the end of Pesach. So it goes like this. Hi, 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 nai, nai, hi, hi, yada, die, die. Hi, 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 nai, nai, hi, hi, yada, die, die again. Hi, 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 nai, nai, hi, hi, yada, die, die. Hi, hi, nai, nai, die, 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 hi, 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 die, die. Hi, hi, nai, nai, die. Hi, hi, yada, die, die. Hi, hi, die, die, hi, die, 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 hi, hi, yada, die, die. Hi, hi, yada, yada, die, die. Hodu l'Adonai ki tov, ki le'olam chazdo. Hodu Elohim, ki le'olam chazdo. Hodu l'Adonai Hadonim, ki le'olam chazdo. Leo say niflahot gidolot livado ki leolam chazdo. Leo say hashamayim bitfuna ki leolam chazdo. Kal haaretz al hamayim ki leolam chazdo. Leo say horim gedolim ki leolam chazdo. Let Hashem eslamem shelet bayom ki leolam chazdo. Et harei akol nentu lemen shelo palayla ki leolam chazdo. Lemechei mitzrayim bitborechem ki leolam chazdo. Ve'yotzei Yisrael mitokam ki leolam chazdo. Biyad hazaka uvizra nituya ki leolam chazdo. Lagazer yam suf ligzarim ki leolam chazdo. V'her Yisrael bitoko ki leolam chazdo. V'no paro v'chalo v'yamsu ki leolam chazdo. L'molech amo b'midbar ki leolam chazdo. L'mechim melechim edolim ki leolam chazdo. V'hayorg melechim adirim ki leolam chazdo. L'sichon melech ha'emori ki leolam chazdo. Ulod melech habashan ki leolam chazdo. V'natan artzam l'nachala ki leolam chazdo. Nachala l'Yisrael o ki leolam chazdo. Shebishefleinu zakar lanu ki leolam chazdo. Ve'ifrekenu mitzarenu ki leolam chazdo. Noten lechem l'chol basar ki leolam chazdo. Hodu le'el hashamayim ki leolam chazdo. V'seinu chad l'Adonai Azreinu meganenu hu ki vo'yismach libenu ki b'shem kocho batachnu hiyastach Adonai aleinu kasher yichanu lach. Let's go to page 96. Yoshvei b'tachad yulu asela Ashrei Hashem shachacham Tehillat Adonai yadaber pi v'yvarech kol basar shem kochol elam ve'ed v'nachnu v'rechem etavid olam. Hallelujah. Let's go to page 100 in the middle. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. El big kodsho. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Birki auzo, hallelujah, v'gvurotav, hallelujah, hallelujah, kirav good Lord, hallelujah, b'tekav shofar, hallelujah. Never vekino, hallelujah, b'tofu macho, hallelujah, benenim bilgav, hallelujah, b'tziltzalei shama, hallelujah, b'tziltzalei tziltzalei trua kol neshama hallelujah hallelujah kol neshama hallelujah hallelujah ay ay nay nay ay 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 day day ay 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 day ay 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 nay nay ay 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 nay ay ay nay ay ay nay ay ay nay ay ay day ay day Baruch Adonai Elohim Elohei Yisrael Osei Niflo Levado V'Rak Shem Kavodo Le'olam B'Malei Kavodo Et Kol Haaretz Amen V'Amen. V'Rechu 101, please rise. Tahu Adonai Elohim Asher Bacharta B'Avecham V'Yitztor Meor Kasdim V'Shanta Shmo Avraham U'Matzata Levavo Ne'eman Lefanecha Ki Tzadik Ata L'Chashem Vayam B'Chata Lifnehem V'Havru B'Toch Hayam B'Yabasha V'Hem Hishlach Tavim Salot Kemo Even B'Mayim Azim Yisrael Tiad Gedolah Asher Adonai B'Mitzrayim Hu Et Adonai B'Aminu B'Adonai Moshe Abdo Asher Moshe B'Nezir Sus Rechav B'Zayam Oziv B'Zim Adonai Yimloch Le'olam Adonai Yimloch Le'olam Ba'ed Ki L'Adonai Hamlucha Mishal Goyim L'Shim Char Tzion Lishpot Et Har Esav B'Haital Adonai Hamlucha V'Hayadon Mal Arts B'Yom Hahu Yadonai Echad U'Shmo Echad Nishmat Kochai Tivarech et Shimcha Adonai Eloheinu Veruach Kol Basar Tifaeru Tromem Zichrecha Malkeinu Tamid Min Haolam V'Ad Olam Baki nafshi et Adonai ve'kol kravai et shem kodsho ha'el betumot uzecha ha'gadol bikvod shemecha ha'gibur lanetzach v'hano benorotecha ha'melech hayoshev al kiseh Ram ben Isad, ay 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 ay
Continue on page 102.
Shochein ad marom v'kadosh shemo v'chatuv ranenu tzadikim b'Adonai la yesharim navati la befi sharim titalal Udivrei tzadikim titbarach Uvilshon chasidim titromam Uvekerev kedoshim titkadash Uvekerev kedoshim titkadash Umacholot Shekin chovat kol yitzirim l'chanekanu Eloheinu v'lehavotinu lehodot lehalel l'shabeach lefa'er l'romim leha'er lehader levarech le'alel l'chales al kol divrei shirot v'tishbechot David ben Yishai avdicha meshichecha Yishtabach Tabach shimcha la'ad malkeinu
Page 106.
Berachot ve'hoda'ot me'atav yad olam Barachata Adonai El melech gadol batishbachot El ha'oda'ot Adon hanifa'ot Abalcher b'shir zimra Melech elchei ha'olamim.
Continue page 107.
So 107. Baruch
Continue on page 109.
109. Lameir la. Udarim Vekadesh Vekoyam. Aleinu Adonai Titbarak Adonai Eloheinu Hashavak V'yam Yoreh Shasita Yefaruch Chasela Titbarak Zurinu Akinu V'Goleinu Kulam ahuvim, kulam beramim, kulam gevarim, bekulam osim bi'yirat r'sonkonam, bekulam porkim et bihem b'kdoshav Torah, b'shira u'zimra, mavarchim u'shabachim, u'mafarim u'maritzim u'makishim u'mamlichim. וכולם מקבלים עליהם מלאכות שמיים זה מזה ונותנים רשות זה לזה להקדיש ליותרם בנחת רוח בשפה ברורה ובנימה וקדושה Kulam kachanonim v'yomrim b'ira, kadosh, 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 kevodo. Ve'alfani v'chayot hakodesh b'ra'ash gadol min asim li'mat serafim, li'matam meshabchim ve'omrim. Baruch kavod Adonai mimkom, el baruch nimot yitenu. Or chadash al Tzion ta'ir, or chadash al Tzion ta'ir, or chadash al Tzion ta'ir, or chadash al Tzion ta'ir. V'nizkeh lanu mehera leora. V'nizkeh kulanu mehera leora. Baruch Yotzer HaMe'or Aravat Hananai Hinu Agro Avedera Kama Vahavienu Shalom Erba Kafot Aretz V'Tolichenu Komimiut Liartzenu Ki Elpo Lishuata Tauvana V'Charta Mikolam V'Lashon V'Keirav Tanu L'Shemcha HaGadol Sela V'Emet Be'emet Lehodot Lecha Uyachedcha B'Yahava Baruch Adonai Havocher B'Amo Yisrael B'Yahava. Top of 112. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Adonai Elohechem Amen. Emet v'yatziv v'nachon v'kayam v'yashar v'ne'eman v'ahuv v'chaviv L'dor v'ador hu kayam u'shmo kayam u'pikiso nachon u'alchotav v'notola ad kayamet v'varav chayim v'kayamim. Emet shatahu Adonai Eloheinu v'Elohotenu Malkeinu melech avotenu goel avotenu yotzerenu tzereshuatenu podenu asilenu melam shemachanu Elohim zuhulatecha zrat avotenu tahum elam.
Will be on page 114, followed by the Yom Tov Amidah on page 123.
Tehilot le'el elyon baruch hu barak Moshe v'nei Yisrael chanu shira b'simcha rabba v'yamruhu chulam mi kamocha baranu nora tehilot shira chadasha shibechu geulim l'shimcha al safat hayam yachad kulam hodu v'himlichu v'amru Na'im zochil lam va'ed sur Yisrael Huma b'ezrat Yisrael Ufteiknu mecha yuhu v'Yisrael Go'alenu Adonai tzva'ot shemo Kadosh Yisrael Kadosh Yisrael Baruch Adonai Yisrael. Silent? I'm beat on 123. Shalom b'Roma, Hu yaseh shalom aleinu, ve'al kol Yisrael, ve'imru amen. Yaseh shalom, shalom aleinu, ve'al kol Yisrael. Yaseh shalom, shalom aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael. Yaseh shalom, shalom aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael. Yaseh shalom, shalom aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael.
Continue with Hallel on page 133.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kedishanu mitzvotav, v'tzivanu likro et Miki me farda, me ashpod yarim avyon, Yoshivim nedivim nediveamo, Moshivi akrabayit, Imabanim smecha, Hallelujah. Betzet Yisrael mi Mitzrayim, Bet Yaakov me'amoes. Yisrael mi Mitzrayim, Bet Yaakov me'amoes. Hayta Yehuda lekodsho, Yisrael mamshlotav. Hayam Rahav Hayanos, Hayarden Isov le'achor, Harim rakidu che'elim, Evaot kivnei son, Malech hayam, Hitanu, Hayarden, Tisov le'achor, Harim, Tirkidu che'elim, Evaot kivnei tzon, milifnei Adon, Choli haaretz, milifnei Elohai Yaakov, ha'ofech yihatzor, Agamai, Chalamish, Lemaino Mai. Page 134, Adonai Zechariah. Yevarech et Beit Yisrael, Yevarech et Beit Aharon, Yevarech Rei Adonai, Haktanim im Hagodim, Yosef
Hashemayim shamayim ladonai ve'aretz natan livnei adam lo hametim yehallelujah ve'lo kol yadedu ma'a va'anachnu nivarech ya me'ata ve'ad olam va'anachnu nivarech ya me'ata ve'ad olam. Hallelujah. 135. Ma'ashiv ladonai kol tagmulohi alai kol yeshuot esa v'shem Adonai ekra. One more time. Ma'ashiv ladonai kol tagmulohi alai kol yeshuot esa v'shem Adonai ekra. Nidarai ladonai ashalem negdana lechol amo yakar b'nei Adonai hamavta l'chasidav ana Adonai ki ani avdecha ben amatecha ani avdecha ben amatecha pitachta l'moserai lecha ezbach zevatoda v'shem Adonai ekra. Nidarai ladonai ashalem negda lechol amo ve'hatzrut beit Adonai betochechi Yerushalayim betochechi Yerushalayim. Hallelujah. 136. Hallelujah Adonai. Oh, goyim shabu shabu al haomim ki gavar aleinu aleinu chasto ve'emet Adonai le'olam. Hallelujah. Change of tune. Oh, Juladonai ki tov ki le'olam chasto. Oh, Juladonai ki tov ki le'olam chasto. Yomar na Yisrael ki le'olam chasto. Oh, Juladonai ki tov ki le'olam chasto. Yomru na bet Aharon ki le'olam chasto. Oh, Juladonai ki tov ki le'olam chasto. Yomru na Yirei Adonai ki le'olam chasto. Oh, Juladonai ki tov ki le'olam chasto. Min hamitzar karatia anani v'merchavya. Min hamitzar karatia anani v'merchavya. Anani, anani, anani v'merchavya. Anani, anani, anani v'merchavya. Adonai Elohim. 47. Odecha ki anitzani v'tehi lelishua. Odecha ki anitzani v'tehi lelishua. Even masu habonim ha'eta lerosh pina. Even masu habonim ha'eta lerosh pina. Me'et Adonai ha'eta zot hi nifla be'enenu. Me'et Adonai ha'eta zot hi nifla be'enenu. Ze hayom asa Adonai nagila v'nismecha bo. Ze hayom asa Adonai nagila v'nismecha bo. An Adonai Hoshiana, An Adonai Hoshiana, An Adonai Hatzlichana, An Adonai Hatzlichana. Odul Adonai Kitzur Gilam Chasto. Kilchat ulodot l'shimcha na'el l'zamer mi'olam ad olam ata'el Baruch atah Adonai melech mechulal batishbachot.
Yes. Okay. So I'll teach a little bit, Chag Sameach, and then maybe that'll bring out the people. If not, we will not have a full kriya, obviously. We're gonna read with God's help Song of the Sea in a few minutes, which requires handouts. Or I was gonna hand out, but there's not too many of us.
Take me a few minutes.
You might have remembered if you were here with us last time. I think all of you. There's a high likelihood all of you were actually here with us when we read this a few months ago. But there's traditionally during Shirat Hayam there's a sort of a call and response thing that happens in the Torah reading, which probably sort of harkens back to a time when the experience of hearing the Torah read, which is of course a reenactment of Revelation, was a more dynamic experience. It wasn't just you were sitting there listening necessarily, but you were sort of participating in some way, which I think is a very compelling thing and something worth thinking about in general for all of you in the room it's all of you who think deeply about Jewish ritual and what that's about. I think thinking about how we make in general Torah, the experience of hearing the Torah read more dynamic is something worthwhile thinking about as we think about the future of the Jews. But before I talk a little bit about how Shir Hayam is read, I want to share sort of a few thoughts. Basically, there are three times there are many times when Beit Shammai disagrees with Beit Hillel. That's like a thing for them. There are three times when I have always thought that the Beit Shammai approach is wiser. I think there's three. There's three that I can think of right now. And I want to share them in sort of an order I think of most famous to least famous, and then maybe we could discuss. So the most famous one is probably the most famous single story in the Gemara about the convert who comes to Beit Shammai and Beit Hillel, and the convert says, sort of in a mocking way, teach me the whole of Torah while you're standing on one foot, and then I'll convert. I mean, it's obviously they're trying to get a rise out of the person, and Beit Shammai basically kicks him out. I mean, it says he hits him with a builder's cubit. I don't know if we should necessarily hit the person, but Beit Shammai just basically says, get out of here. This is not a serious request. And Beit Hillel says, well, that which you would do to your neighbor, don't do to yours. That which is hateful to you, don't do to your neighbor. The rest is details. Go and study. And then the guy converts, and he has, he's grateful to Beit Hillel. And I've actually always thought that, Judaism is a serious thing, and it's a profoundly beautiful thing. And while we should be welcoming of people who want to be Jewish, the request of this particular convert has always struck me as a little bit offensive. I mean, it's like you come to this rabbi, and he's busy because he's also an architect, right? Beit Shammai, that's why he has a builder's cubit. He's busy at his work and says, hey, teach me your whole religion while you're standing on one foot. And he says, get out, what are you talking about? This is not the kind, right? And Judaism, while it is something that can be for everybody, it's not necessarily for everybody. And I've always thought that the approach of Hillel just to say, yeah, come on in, without any more conversation, is a little bit unwise. So that's the first one, and we could discuss that in a second. The second one, I don't know if this is more or less famous than the third, but the second one, there's a disagreement between Beit Shammai and Beit Hillel about whether or not if you forget to bench, whether or not you have to go back to where you were eating in order to bench. So, you're having a meal and then you drive, home or whatever, and then you say, oh gosh, I forgot to bench. Well, can you just bench where you are, say Birkat Hamazon where you are, or do you actually have to go back to the side of your meal to say Birkat Hamazon, what are you supposed to do in the first place? And Beit Hillel says, no, you can bench where you are, and that's actually the way the halacha goes. You don't actually have to schlep back to wherever you are. And Beit Shammai says, if you forgot your wallet somewhere, wouldn't you go back to get it? All the more so if you forgot to bench, right? Right? And I've actually always thought this was a very compelling argument. It's like, if your wallet is that important, all the more so shouldn't giving thanks for sustenance be more, right? So I've always thought that was a pretty wise approach, although it would be quite a hassle maybe in some situations. And then the third relates to Pesach and also relates a little bit to Shirat Hayam, and which is there's this disagreement between Hillel and Shammai about exactly sort of how much of Hallel you say before the Seder and what exactly bracha you make. And a piece of what this disagreement seems to be about is about whether or not on Leil HaSeder you're supposed to be thinking retrospectively or prospectively about whether or not. So Hillel's approach, which is what we do, where you say before the meal, you say Ga'al Yisrael, blessed is the one who redeemed Israel, right? Which implies that we have already been redeemed, and what we're doing now is we're recalling we're celebrating how wonderful it was that we were redeemed. Shammai seems to think that, or what's behind some of this agreement seems to be that Shammai seems to think what we're supposed to do is inhabiting the moment where we are in the process of being redeemed. Like, so there's a drama there. We're supposed to be sort of living inside the moment, right? Which is what the Haggadah says we're supposed to do, right? It's right. We're always supposed to be sort of in that moment of service and then redemption, or at least that's what we're supposed to imagine ourselves doing on the Seder. So I've always thought that Shammai here was also a little wiser, and this idea that what the Seder is that we are sort of inhabiting this moment of redemption, not looking back on it. And so sort of that's what Shirat Hayam is about. And before I'll pause and say if that thing calls up anything for anybody here.
I think, to me, I'm sort of thinking about the structure of the Seder, right? It sort of depends on where it fits in the Seder, which I understand that sort of way. Because, the beginning is sort of recalling, and the
Right.
middle is sort of experiencing, and then the end is sort of what's in the future, and the question is where you put it there.
Right.
And I think it's interesting that it can sort of be the same words, but still have a very different meaning depending on where you sit.
Right, depending on right.
Yeah, because, there's sort of Seder in 3 sections or 15 parts, however you want to talk about it, it still sort of moves you from, this is what happened.
From object to Cheder. Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
So you could move the Hallel in different places and it would have a different...
And it would have a very different kind of sense. And right, a very different kind of sense. It's true. And I remember, so Anna Turkianitz, our truly, truly amazing education director, when she was a ganenet a kindergarten teacher on her kibbutz in Israel, so she used to, I guess, for years, and this is amazing. Only Anna would do this, but she had this whole thing where she would wake up all of her children at dawn, and they would go out when it was still dark, and they would bake matzahs, and they would get dressed up, and their parents would be hiding on different parts of the kibbutz, and they'd go on this whole journey out there, really, really inhabiting. And we did a little bit with that our kids on Sunday. It wasn't quite so dramatic Sunday before Pesach, but we did a little bit of that, and this idea that like you're actually like really, the kids are like inhabiting the Seder in a really, or the story in a really, really profound way. And like I'm sure all those kids like remember that. And like there's something that I think is powerful about, potentially powerful about that. You know, like you could imagine, like I was talking about this a little bit this year, like the kids would have to be old enough that this wouldn't terrify them, but young enough that this could actually be scary. But like you could do like an almost like an experience of Pesach. There's almost like a haunted house. Like there's the angel of death outside. You put blood on the door, and like you could do it where it really is what it was for them, which was like a scary night full of portent. And then anyways. So and that's a little bit more Shammai, I think, than Hillel. But I don't know. Any other thoughts about that? Yeah.
It's interesting, upon reflection, I've never really thought about it. The first one, the idea of when the person comes and says, teach me everything on one foot. And I realize like how sort of blasé, like, I don't know about other countries, but here it's like everyone's like, oh yeah, the golden rule, do unto others. Well, obviously it's like totally impossible because it seems to be very difficult for people to be kind. And so almost boiling things down that easily does feel like I can see the idea that it's a mockery almost of everything that, I mean, I've always believed in it until this moment. I'm like, you're right, that it is offensive to try to say, well,
Right.
in a weird way. I mean, in that moment, we'll just say.
Right, I mean, and in that story, I mean, to be fair, like in that story in the Gemara, like ultimately, there's actually like 3 converts, and they say different things, and then they all get together at the end, and they're so thankful to Hillel for bringing them under the wings of the Shekhinah, which is great. I mean, that's great. Bringing people under the wings of Shekhinah is a great thing. But like, right, I think that there's something about the question, like the question's obviously not a serious question, right? And like when people, like if someone came to me, like people come to me and say, hey, Rabbi, I'm interested in converting. I mean, I'm always delighted to talk to them, but part of what I'm doing is trying to discern, like, if they're really serious about this, or if they're just kind of like, right? And I've never really had a situation where people were like offended. Like, I've never experienced that. But like, I have had situations where people were like kind of dabbling, and then they decided it wasn't for them. And like, I think it's important to like make, this is sort of more about conversion, because I think it's important to make that an open, like once you get on the train, like it's important to make the stop so that like you can get off, because like it's not for everyone, and it should be an authentic, whatever. This is just my thing about conversion, like there traditionally you want to open the doors, but you want to also like make sure that like like this is a specific thing, like you're ordering, like this is a specific dish you're ordering. It's not like it's not like everyone likes it. It's got a specific taste and a specific thing, and it's yeah. I don't know.
Well, it's especially interesting too because like I'm just thinking like I don't know if I call a person offensive or just chutzpahdik, just, but also that person who's questioning, and I'm just going to read a few questions on the Seder. It's almost like, are they really being offensive, or they really just don't understand? They don't know how to ask. They don't know what. So it's almost like teach me all Torah while I stand on one foot. Is it really being offensive to someone, or is it really just a lack of understanding and someone who may want a way in, and it's up to us, like the parents, to explain it to the children?
I mean, I think
philosophy was a big thing back then. I mean, like they did stuff.
But I mean, teach me Torah while standing on one foot, by its very nature and meaning certainly in English is dismissive, right?
Yeah.
I mean, to assume that you can have 11,000 pages of discourse and the Torah and say, teach me while I'm standing on one foot, it's like,
Right, they
it's
want
not
the
sort of
quick
like
version.
saying, I would like a summary of what Judaism is entailed. It's not that. If it were that, then it would be something like that. Like, what are the 10
Yeah.
things I need to know about Judaism?
yeah. I mean, I think.
It's up to educate that person.
I mean, I think in the right. I mean, I think.
We can try it.
I mean, I think in the context of the Gemara, like it's clear that the person is like. I mean, they're not like wildly like. It's not. I don't think they're like wildly offensive, but it's clear that they're sort of like poking. They're like poking. Like they're. It's not. It's not that they're just like. It's not that they're the Tom. Like it's not that they're like the person who's simple and like doesn't know to ask. I think it's clear that it's like a joking thing. I mean, it's just like not a serious request, and then but the result ends up being quite serious. I mean, the result ends up being the person is Jewish and grateful for it. So I don't know. So
And it's come down 2,000 years into, I mean, it's everyday parlance, here and still in America, people quote it left, right, and center.
it is probably the most famous moment in the Gemara. It is probably right. I think there's maybe one or two other candidates, but I think that one's probably the most famous. So then, any other thoughts about this before I say a little bit about Shirat Hayam and sort of how we're going to do this and what, or if we get I don't know, we might be at 8. We're at 8. We're at 8, yeah.
Is there a reason not to do it?
Is there a reason not to do what?
Without a reason?
Oh, no, we can read it without, read?
No, but I mean even the call and response, that's not on the
No, we just don't do it with a bra. I mean, we can still do it, and we can do it off this, rather than off the, we can still do it. I think.
That's a parsha for today?
So basically the way it works is if you've been along the ride since before Pesach a little bit, but we've been sort of reading these special parshiot. We've been sort of retelling the whole Pesach story, and here we're on day 7, and this is like the climax. There, you go through the sea, and then they sing this song, which has which I think part of the call and response is it's sort of heightening the sense in which we are reenacting the moment. We're not just hearing about the moment, but we're sort of reenacting the moment, like we're doing with the Seder to some extent. And so there's a few different ways of doing it traditionally, and I'll explain sort of why I choose to do it this one way. And there are probably more than this, and I don't know the entire history of how Shirat Hayam has been read from from Gemara times until now, but pretty widespread are this a tradition of such of having the congregation call and respond or call and repeat. So there's two ways of doing this. So if you look on page 12 of this packet here, which is actually the second page of the packet. So this is Shirat Hayam, and so there's a red melody and a blue melody and a green melody. So the red melody is when the Torah reader prompts us that, oh, hey, there's something special coming up, pay attention. The blue melody is something that Dina will sing, and the green melody is something that we will respond. So there are different ways of doing it. There's ways of doing it where you actually repeat what the Torah reader says, and there are ways of doing it where we respond to what the Torah reader says. I like the second way because I think it's a little bit more dynamic and it makes us pay more attention. So the way it works is this. Az Yeshua Moshe uvnei Yisrael et hashira hazod ladonai vayomeru lemor ashira ladonai ki gaoga. And the Kahal says, Sus v'rochevo rama vayam. And then the reader repeats, Sus v'rochevo rama vayam. So let's try that again. Az Yeshua Moshe uvnei Yisrael et hashira hazod ladonai vayomeru lemor ashira ladonai ki gaoga. Sus v'rochevo rama vayam ozi v'zimratya vayhi lishua ze'li van beiru Elohei avi v'aram amenu Adonai ish milchama Adonai shemo. So that's how it goes. And in a second, if we get a minion, we can do it in the minion. If not, we can sort of do it just like this. And the idea is, and it's curious, we could have a little conversation about this too, as we wait maybe for one more person. The idea is the Torah service, which I think most of us experience, is very static. And I will say that liturgically, as someone who thinks a lot about liturgy, I think the Torah service, I love the Torah. Don't get it twisted. I think the Torah service is a problem. I think it's a real problem in terms of how Jews experience liturgy, because it's like you have all of this thing, you have all this energy, and then suddenly you're supposed to sit quietly and listen or follow along in a language that many of us don't understand. As we're like, it's a problem, and I think that there are times when it can be more exciting, and I'm not saying this is necessarily Dafka. This is the most exciting it could be, but like I think that, and I don't know if anyone has thoughts about that. Like I'm thinking, like how could we imagine an experience of hearing Torah that is actually really exciting, as Mount Sinai was. I don't know. It's not. Yeah. Do you have ideas?
Well,
Right.
that's kind of what we did on last Sunday.
Yeah.
I found out that Rabbi Resnick was sick just, moments before it was time to start. So I didn't prepare and brushed up. And then that just sort of happened. But in between Aliyot, we had a discussion about whether this had read. So people were, I hope, I could ask those who were here, like, did that help you focus on what was read, so that because you knew you were gonna,
Yeah.
have an opportunity to talk.
And I think that's great. Yeah, no, I think that's great. And I think sometimes, I mean, I've seen that sometimes. I'll do that sometimes. I think the issue then is there that it all takes time, right? Like as you, right, and like there are a lot of different, and that's great, right? That's a lot, but there are a lot of different competing. It's a complicated puzzle, right? Because like, yes, ideally the occasion for hearing Revelation is here to discuss it and talk, right? But then it's like, well, how do you know? Right? It's like.
But then I was thinking that I've always been thinking about the idea that it was read on the market day, right, when people would be in town.
Right.
And I'm guessing if you're reading, like, I'm guessing if you speak Yiddish, maybe I don't know, maybe there's, I don't know, it's not Hebrew, so I'm not sure the connection. But I've been at a synagogue where they did interpolation of reading in Hebrew and then in English.
Yeah,
So-
I used to do
so
that
you
up
have
in
to be people, I think, sort of
up in the
paying
country.
attention a little bit. But also the question is, what's the goal, right, of the reading? Is it to get the reading done? Is it for the people in the room to get something out of what is being read? Because, and
Right.
then there's other goals too.
Right, I don't think, right, and I,
Really think about what the goal is, because there's like, we need to read the triennial, like it or not.
right, and I think that's a really good, from a pedagogic standpoint. This is, if you work in schools or whatever, some of you know, like you're always, or you're doing a lesson plan, you're always saying like, what do you want the students to come away with? And if it's not clear to you what you want the students to come away with, that's going to be not as good a lesson, right? And I think it's true. I think what Mariu's pointing to is really, really true, and I think the answer, in terms of what we do, is not clear, right? Like I think it's not clear. Yeah.
I mean, I think it's also a matter of comparison because if you do structural, I think the Haftorah is far less compelling than anything. I mean, not that the words are less compelling, because the Haftorahs themselves are quite interesting, but the place in the service of what it does.
Yeah.
And then I think looking at the Torah service or the reading of the Torah or however you want to look at it, there are other, like, I mean, it's when I'm thinking about this and looking at this, I'm thinking in my head about gospel, right? Like gospel would be pretty, like a Jewish gospel would be pretty interesting. The interface of
Like
the
the song,
music and the words and some way to relate to it in a way that feels
Yeah.
would be pretty interesting.
Yeah, I mean, and there are places that do this. Like there are like this, and there are like there's a community, I think, and I've seen things like this before. I think I was talking with Jack about his experience where he was working over the holidays. I think that I mean, it was a very non-traditional type thing, but they were like reading a few verses, and like someone was like playing interpretive violin during the verses, and it was pretty wild. I mean, it's like that's pretty interesting, right? But then you have to be comfortable with, I think, like you can't do that kind of stuff and also be hung up on, we got to check the box of reading the Sedra, which like, I'm not totally minimizing the idea of checking the box. It's like for thousands of years, like Jews have like read through this whole book, like once a year or once every 3 or whatever schedule it is. And there's like a power and an integrity to that, which I think is also important.
I mean, yeah.
So, Lori and I have talked about it, but when I was in Venezuela, one of the jobs I did was teach pre-bar b'nai mitzvah along with the rabbi to American Jewish kids, because there were very few of them, and they wanted to have the bar b'nai mitzvah, and we're in Venezuela. So I found this really great book that Anna has, but doesn't use upstairs. And I learned a lot from it because it focuses on the roots, and I realized that many, not all, but many people, maybe they learned it a long time ago, maybe they never learned it, but if you learn, this book takes you through a process of learning the roots, and understanding the translation of these roots, and teaching kids how to read the Siddur and like pray, but praying now with knowledge of what each prayer means, because once you have, I don't know, like there's like 52 words that if you know those words, you basically can get the gist of a lot of prayer and Torah, especially Shmo, not necessarily the other things, but the story of the Exodus. I know it because I had a kid who went to kindergarten, first grade, second grade, and she was able to, by first or second grade, Eliana could translate the Torah to me. So it's doable. If a 6-year-old can do it, then I think adults can do it. And I thought that maybe a learning service might be a way to you take a little bit of the Torah for that week and maybe learn some words and actually learn it. And then at some point, people will have more understanding of the vocabulary, because if you don't know the vocabulary, it's just
Yeah.
blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, no, I think that's true, and then maybe we'll go on and read. I mean, I'll say that, language, this conversation has gotten, diffuse and interesting, like it's like the Gemara. It's like one thing reminds you of another one, and it's like, I think the question of language is an interesting one. I think that, and an important one, right? Like, I think that, and I think what you're saying is true, Maria. Like, it is possible to learn Hebrew. Like, it is. It is possible. But I also think that, like, it's a tall order to just tell people, like, you gotta just learn a language. I mean, it's like, I don't mean like, and it's like it's okay for like religious life to be demanding and everything like that. But like, I think that, like, if you think about a room, here, of lots and lots of American Jews, like, who are like at different places in their lives and like doing different things, to be like, oh well, you just have to like learn this language, is like, it might be true, but it's also like, it's a big ask, right? And I think that, like, anyways. So,
I'll just say that my liturgy classes were that. Just we took a prayer and we talked about how many times something repeated and what the theme was of the prayer. And then we had to make up our own statement of what we thought the prayer was about.
But like even that though, it's like so like
Okay, you need a facilitator.
So like Jonah, so like my son can read now, right? He's 7, right? So he can read, and he likes reading, but like. And he could read almost anything you gave him, right? Like if you could hand him like I don't know if you could really hand him Joyce, but you could hand him Hemingway, and he could like read through it, right? And like tell you the words. But then like there's a difference between like being able to read through the words, and he could tell you what some of the words mean, what the words mean, because he speaks English fluently. But like there's a difference between that and making really deep semantic sense of what's going on. And while it's true, it's like, oh, I see the word melech, I know that means king, like, that's true. But, like, I mean, prayer, when we're speaking about, speaking from that, it's supposed to be more than that. I mean, it's supposed to, right? And I think that...
That's just a start,
No, but, and I think that, right, and I think that, like, as, it's true that, like, and also this is true about Jewish prayer in general, like, as our eyes drift down the page and we sort of, that joke about, the joke about the Jews talking to God, and God says, and he's just, what do you say? And God says, well, that's how you talk to me, right? It's like the way we just drift down the page, like that we're not making semantic sense, even if we understand it, right? Right? So, anyways, all right. So,
I don't think I ever heard that one.
You never heard that one before? Oh, that's a classic. That's a classic. Yes.
I just want to say one word for checking the box.
Yeah.
I still think you've got to check certain boxes.
Yeah. No.
I don't want to drop that.
Thank you, Rhonda. Yeah, no, I agree with you. I agree with you. We're not. This is not a ritual committee meeting. This is just we're just talking. No, I agree with you. I agree with you. 100%. I agree with you. All right. Let's. Should we read a little bit and then give. What's that? I don't think we need to. Why? Yeah, I think we can keep it in. We don't have a minion. I think we can read out of here. Yeah, okay, fine. Should we just, do you want to do the whole thing, or do you want to do, maybe we do, what do you guys think? Maybe just the whole thing? Just the Shirah though, not the whole.
Just the Shirah?
Yeah,
Okay.
or just the Shirah. Yeah, or like the lead up to the Shirah and the Shirah.
You want me just to do what's on these?
Yeah, why don't we just do what's on here? Yeah, why don't we do that? That sounds good. Yeah, we can say that.
Starting
Why
on
not?
11.
Yeah, starting on page 11. So,
Or you can motion for people to stand if you want to stand for the whole.
Oh,
You don't have to stand for this whole
that's
thing. Unless you want to. If you want to. Bevakasha.
You can sit until the Shirah. What's that? We don't have to. You
What?
people go?
What's the question?
I just got one of those chills, but I'm
So, we can close it up.
well, we could,
I'm not fine.
I'd rather not close it up, but we can,
you know,
yeah.
we can just move.
Yeah, whatever.
Or actually, Rhonda, let me suggest, sorry, not to be rude, but if you sit in that back corner there, it's actually a huge thing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, leave it, Roger, leave it. Oh, yeah.
It's okay.
I'm not gonna close all of it.
Okay, that's fine. Oh, and I can take off my mask.
All right.
Just remembered. Here.
All right.
Oh, I know, I could get towels. Do you want a towel?
My daughter's is Sharia, we could get that one.
Should we wait for her?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. That joke only makes sense for Ashkenazim. No, the Jews talking to God, God's like, good, and you said, what? That's how you talk to me.
All right, for those of you who are on live stream, we're going to be reading Exodus chapter 14, beginning with verse 21. And in the 8th Chaim, that is on page 404, verse 21. ויית משה את ידו על הים, ויולך אדוני את הים. ברוח קדים עשה כל הלילה, וישם את הים לחרבה, ויבקעו המים. ויבואו בני ישראל בתוך הים ביבשה, והמים להם חומה. מימינם ומשמאלם, וירדפו מצרים, ויבואו אחריהם כל סוס פרעה, רכבו ופרשיו אל תוך הים. ויהי באשמורת הבוקר, וישקף אדוני אל מחנה מצרים בעמוד אש וענן, ויהום את מחנה מצרים, ויסר את אופן מרכבותיו, וינהגהו בכבדות. ויאמר מצרים, אנוסה מפני ישראל, כי אדוני נלחם להם במצרים. ויאמר אדוני אל משה, נטה את ידך על הים, וישובו המים על מצרים, על רכבו ועל פרשיו. ויית משה את ידו על הים, וישוב הים לפנות בוקר לאיתנו, ומצרים נסים לקראתו, וינער אדוני את מצרים בתוך הים, וישובו המים. ויכסו את הרכב ואת הפרשים לכל חיל פרעה הבאים אחריהם בים, לא נשאר בהם עד אחד. ובני ישראל הלכו ביבשה בתוך הים, והמים להם חומה מימינם ומשמאלם. ויושע אדוני ביום ההוא את ישראל מיד מצרים, וירא ישראל את מצרים מת על שפת הים. וירא ישראל את היד הגדולה אשר עשה אדוני במצרים, ויראו העם את אדוני, ויאמינו באדוני ובמשה עבדו. אז ישיר משה ובני ישראל את השירה הזאת לאדוני, ויאמרו לאמור, השירה לאדוני כי גאו גאה. סוס ורוכבו רמה וים, עוזי וזמרתיה, ויהי לי לישועה. זה אלי וענווהו, אלוהי אבי, וארוממנו, אדוני איש מלחמה. אדוני שמו, מרכבות פרעה, בחילו ירב הים, ומבחר שלישיו טובעו בים סוף. תהומות יחסיומו, ירדו במצולות, כמו אבן. ימינך אדוני נעדרי בכוח. ימינך אדוני תרעץ אויב, וברוב גאונך תהרוס קמך, תשלח חרונך יאכלמו כקש, וברוח אפיך נערמו מים, ניצבו כמו נד נוזלים, קפאו תהומות בלב ים. אמר אויב, רדוף אשיג אחלק שלל, תמלאמו נפשי, אריק חרבי, תורישמו ידי. נשבת ברוחך כי שמו ים, צללו כעופרת במים אדירים. מי כמוך באלים אדוני, מי כמוך נדר בקודש. נורא תהילות עושי פלא, נטית ימינך תבלעמו ארץ. נחית וחסדך עמזו גאלת, נהלת בעוזך אל נווה קודשך. שמעו עמים ירגזון, חיל אחז יושבי פלשת. אז נבהלו אלופי אדום אלי מואב, יאחזמו רעד נמוגו כל יושבי כנען. תיפול עליהם אימתה ופחד, בגדול זרועך ידמוך אב. בגדול זרועך ידמו כאבן. עד יעבור עמך אדוני, עד יעבור עמזו קנית, תביאמו ותיטעמו בהר נחלתך, מכון לשבטך, Pa'alta Adonai Mikdash. Adonai konenu yadecha. Adonai imloch. Leolam va'ed. Ki vasus paro. Bricho farashav. Vayam. Vayashev Adonai. Alehem et mei hayam. Uvnei Yisrael. Halechu vayabasha betoch hayam. Vatikach Miriam hanevi'ah. Achot Aharon. Et hatov biyadah. ותצאנה כל הנשים אחריה בתופים ובמחולות, ותענה להם מרים, שירו לאדוני כי גאו גאה. סוס ורוכבו רמה וים. ברוכים תהיו.
That tune also comes up when the Israelites are traveling from one place to another. The traveling melody. We can include Amisha Berach for Cholim. I'll read the name on our list, and folks are invited to add other names of those from you are praying this morning, and folks online can add names as well. Misha Berach Avotenu Avram Yitzchak v'Yaakov Sarif Karachel v'Leah u'Yivarech v'Rapeh et Tzipora bat Yita v'et Rita Vasquez v'et Avram ben An v'et Leah Nachama bat Rachel v'et Daniel ben Naomi v'et Liba bat Krendel v'et Perobash bat Chia v'et Dov Yosef ben Yetta v'et David ben Chava v'et Chava bat Peril v'et Josephine Arkwright v'et David ben Yisrael v'et Roberta Laban v'et Paula Silverman v'et Adina bat Liorit v'et Ann Perlman Vet Eitan ben Esther, vet Esther bat Bela, vet Mordechai Yosef ben Gita Yaakova, vet Chana Yudit bat Esther, vet Tina Casper, vet Iris Parano, vet Phyllis Murphy, vet Samuel Chafetz, vet Iris Camp, vet Brian Stein, vet David Michael ben Gila Aliza, vet Chaim Esser ben Yosef, vet Yisrael David ben Mira, vet Ruvain ben Tzvi, vet Patrick Champ, vet Esther bat Elka, vet Emily Greenhouse, vet Fromit bat Tzvi, vet Ruth Miriam, vet Elka Basha, vet Pecha ben Yiska, vet Chris Spencer, vet Alexander Koss, vet anyone joining us online? HaKadosh Baruch Hu Yimlei Rachamim Aleim Lachazikam Rapotam Ba'ishlach Le'meira Refuah Shlema Min HaShamayim Refuat HaNefesh Refuat HaGuf B'toch Shar Cholei Yisrael Yom Tov Hu Milizok Refuah Krova Lavo Hashabagah Zman Kariv V'no Mohor Amen. We can continue with Ashrei on page 151. Ashrei Ashrei V'techo Yom Ashrei Shagam Adonai Yedaber bi Vivarech Basar Shem Kochel Elam Vaed Va'anachnu Nevarech Ya Me'ata V'yad Olam Hallelujah. The Musaf Amidah for festivals can be found on page 166. We include the additions for Pesach. shalom imromav. Yaseh shalom aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael. Ve'imru amen. Yaseh shalom shalom aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael. Yaseh shalom shalom aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael. Page 182. En Eloheinu, en God Onenu, en Malkeinu, en Moshienu, Mich Eloheinu, Mich Adonenu, Mich Malkeinu, Mich Moshienu, Nodel Eloheinu, Nodel Adonenu, Nodel Malkeinu, Nodel Moshienu, Baruch Eloheinu, Baruch Adonenu, Baruch Malkeinu, Baruch Moshienu, Atahu Eloheinu, Atahu Adonenu, Atahu Malkeinu, Atahu Moshienu, Atahu Shektiru, Avotenu, Lefanecha, and Ketoret Hasamim, Aleinu Leshabeach Ladon HaKol, Latein Gedula Leoseh Bereshit, Shelo Asanu Gegoye Aratzot, Velo Samanu Gemishbechot Adama, Shelo Sam Chelkenu Kahem, Vigor Aleinu Gechol Amonam, Vanachnu Korim, Umishtachavim Umodim Lifnei Melech, Malchei Hamlachim HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Kagatu b'tortech Adonai yimloch le'olam va'ed v'ne'emar v'haya Adonai le'melech al kol haaretz v'yom hahu hiya Adonai echad hu shemo echad shemo. This week we observe the Yartzeiton of Robert Emmett Bowen, father-in-law of Judy Champagne, Mildred Malick, mother of Dan Malick, Esther Rothberg, mother of Peter Rothberg, Carol Friedman, mother of Beth Yelsey, Ruth Perkis, mother of Daniel Perkis, Louis Seaver, grandfather of Mitchell Sepler, Herb Casper, father of Jonathan Casper, and also Israel Elias Dreyer, Rachel Hessia Dreyer, Manuel Spielberg, Rebecca Spielberg, Robert Goodstein, and Reuben Campbell, who are memorialized on our board. May their memories and the memories of all those whom we recall be blessings. In lieu of Kaddish, we can include Shir Hamalot on page 250. Shir Hamalot Esayin Ayal Harim Me'ayin Yavo Ezri Me'im Adonai Oseh Shamayim Va'aretz Al Yitein Lamo Raglecha Al Yanum Shomerecha Yine Lo Yanum V'lo Yishan Shomer Yisrael Adonai Shomerecha Adonai Tzilcha Al Yad Yeminecha Yom HaShemesh Lo Yakeka V'Yareach Balayla Adonai Yishmor Mikol Ra Yishmor Al Nafshecha Adonai Yishmor Tzedcha Uvoecha Me'ata V'Yad Olam. Okay, good Yantiv, everyone. Folk, I won't do all of the announcements right now. Please read your emails, and I'll come tomorrow for hear all the announcements. There's shul tonight at 6 p.m. Normal Kabbalat Shabbat, though, is not a full Kabbalat Shabbat because it's also Pesach. But please come and help us make a minyan for that. And we got a lot going on coming up, so please read your emails. We're hosting Tizmoret next week. That's the one thing I'll plug right now. We're hosting, next week we're hosting an a cappella group from Queens College. They're going to help us daven Friday night and sing with us. And there's going to be a bonfire at my house next Saturday night. So please look out for that. And that's going to be really cool. And there's so much going on. We have Yom HaShoah coming up, and we have all kinds of, we have a service Wednesday night. We have something during the Learning Center. And yeah, so look out for your emails. Any burning announcements? Okay. Adon olam asher malach b'terem kol yitzir nivra li'ei nasa b'chefzo kol azai melech shemo nikra v'yacharei kichlot hakol levado yimloch nora v'hu haya v'hu hove v'hu yeh b'divara v'hu echad v'yein sheni lehamshilo leachbira v'li reshit v'li tachlit v'lo ha'oz v'hamizra v'hu eli v'chai go'ali v'tzorchev li v'yitzara v'hu nisi umanos li minat kosi b'yom ekra b'yado avkir ruchi b'yedi shan b'ya'ira v'im ruchi g'vi'ati Adonai li b'lo ira hoy ay 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 Adonai li b'lo ira. Chag Sameach, everyone. Yeah. I like how I got down. I say I'm not crazy about Echad Miyodea. Echad Miyodea. Echad Miyodea. Well, I don't love that.
I was thinking that too.
I like the idea of the song. I don't want to. I like how I got down. I think it's so ridiculous. Oh, that's okay. You wouldn't have made the minion anyways. But it's always nice to see you now. I like the tune Jeremy uses for Shochenah. What was that? That was really pretty. Is that one of your Scottish tunes?
No, that's from the Lord of the Rings trilogy, The Hobbit.
Oh, it's really?
So when the dwarves are sitting at the table and they sing Misty Mountains Cold.
Oh, really? Well.
So it's like, Misty Mountains Cold. Right? I don't know why it popped up in my head that
That's good. Yeah, that's good. I like it.
dwarf song.
Are you a big Lord of the Rings fan?
The idea, the concept of it, I didn't really
You know, have you been?
When I was super, like when I was in high school.
I was into Dungeons and Dragons and that stuff. I like reading, deities and demigods and like the rule books. Probably more than
The rule book. Yeah, the lore. Yeah, the lore.
Yeah, because
I can relate to that.
Whole mythology. I love that stuff. The characters, the elements, I did play it a little bit. I can't say.
No, I mean, it's pretty. I mean,
I love making Vikings.
and like the Tolkien word is really crazy. The Silmarillion.
It is interesting
Hey, Ryan.
how they incorporate.
Shabbat Shalom, good night, Tim. Try to come tomorrow. I think we'll have a nice crowd tomorrow. I think we'll have. Yeah, I think it'll be because I think booze. Although
Fruit juice, it's a 3
I was there's recently, you know, the what is it, the Bechdel test about whether or not a test about stories about whether or not women ever talk about anything other than a man in the thing, and there's a thing on YouTube where they string together all of the scenes in Lord of the Rings in which that applies in like 9 hours that it is. And there's a scene where a girl child says to like a serving lady, "Can I have more soup?" And then it cuts off. It's like a 1 second YouTube clip. It's like, which whatever. I mean, you know, it's
You're online?
no, like they're like
They're trying to capture.
Thank you so much.
he's like a royalist. He's like, yeah,
Oh yeah, you are.
There's always unfinished business.
You know, and you're always the daughter.
I'll stand up and chat with Dina a little bit.
Okay.
Because her rent doesn't come until like 12, so like.
Oh, what time is it now?
It's 11, it's early.
Oh, I mean, that's why you guys are comfortable. I mean, I guess it's hard to like schlep back here for lunch.
I guess she's gotta meet the
Yeah.
person at a certain time, and I should have, even if I drank Sunday, we still would have been one.
Well, then if you meet with you,
We only had 8.
her message, your daughter.
But they didn't offer this to me yesterday, 2 years ago. Even the mother and some of the child.
Pardon?
To your house?
To my house, and because so Sammy had she reached out to everybody on the listserv saying, do you anybody her son is 13, the other son, and so Sammy said, wow, I like to go looking at fancy cars, like Lamborghinis. So Rob took them up to Connecticut, and they went car looking, and then I had the daughter with me while the mother ran to get the other daughter, and I made cookie dough with her, like we baked together, and it was nice. And she said she's only 11. She goes, she started like kind of opening up a little, saying, yeah, my brother used to always take a big scoop of brown sugar and eat it, So when her mother came back, I said, and told me a fun story about Godfrey, like it was. And then we walked around the lake by my house, and we saw the geese laid eggs, and they were off their nest, and you could see like the eggs in the nest and everything. And I think it was really like I think it was like one of the first times she said she felt like normal, since like this all happened like in December. It was just a nice, like I just felt like it was just a really good moment, kind of putting on like kind of challenging skills, but friendship skills, and just reaching out as a friend, and now she texts me back and forth, and I guess I told her, I said, if you're ever, so I don't know what the rest of us, I don't know what everybody's doing for tonight and tomorrow, so if I can just come and, I think tomorrow my plan will be probably to come here, it's Yisker tomorrow, right?
Yes, good.
So I know Farrell's planning to go to Bethel, but he needs help with a video probably tomorrow.
No, we'll get a meeting. We'll definitely get a meeting. What do you shoot at me?
Okay. So I was gonna say, so if I float, now I'm gonna go around, I'll float in and float it. I think May 21st is gonna work, and it's really lovely.
Okay.
So, thank you. No, that's very, very sweet.
That's great. All right. Talk to me.
How's Samantha?
Talk soon.
I'll see you Tuesday. Shaketana, or it's something special, you know. But in the rigmarole, if I lose the trope, like while I'm reading Torah, and I just forget it, I have trouble like getting back in and like remember. You said there's like maybe some.
Okay, so do you want help with, help remembering Shalish Hagadol? Did you say Shalish Hagadol?
No, I guess it's. Okay, so even basics like where, like there's an idea of where the etnachtah is pretty much going to fall in every sentence, or like is there like what are some tricks is what I want to say, like when you don't have anything to guide you.
Right, that's still a little too vague.
Too vague. Okay.
It would be better if you could, are you aware of a reading that you've done? That you can tell me, I can find it.
Okay, so all right, so let's see. So I read a few of them for here. Let's see where we were.
Yeah, I haven't been able to.
I remember what I
Actually, while you're looking.
I think I read for Tazria. Let me see. I think I read the first.
I was here for Tazria. You might have read from Mitzora.
Maybe from Mitzvah. Okay. So maybe that was it. Okay. Yes, I think from Mitzvah. Okay, so let's.
Okay, so.
Yeah, I thought I read the. I think it was maybe like 6. Oh, it wasn't. Probably wasn't the beginning because we were at the bottom third, right?
Yeah, I don't know where the trannial starts or.
I think it was somewhere around 38. Let me see. Yes, I think because it was Moshe Ve'Aharon. Moshe Ve'Aharon. So I think that was it. Yes. Okay. So, when I'm looking at it,
So give me a chapter and verse.
Okay, so I'm on page 663, bottom, verse 33, because that was our first aliyah.
Hang on, 661, you said?
663 at the bottom.
Okay, got it. All right, do it again?
So,
Just start there again.
yeah. I'm sorry. Vayidaber Adonai el Moshe ve'el Aharon lemor. Like, I can do it with this, and I can keep.
Keep going.
Let's see. So, ki tav'u el eretz Canaan, asher ani noten lachem la'achuzah, v'natati nega tzarat. Print is so small. Sorry. Beveit eretz achuzatchem.
All right, do you have any questions so far?
So I don't have questions, but I guess it's just that if I see it without the nekudot, it's like I have to really remember in my mind, okay, that's the word that I stop at, or that's the word that has an etnachtah. Or like, I don't always
Okay.
remember it when I get up.
Want to know what I'm thinking about your question about how do I tell when the etnachtah. Focus on a couple of Hebrew words, like what you were doing with your class, or what you were promoting today.
Yeah.
So what is the word with the etnachtah in this sentence?
So the word is la'achuzah.
Yeah, do you know what that means?
Achuz, right?
No. Le'achos means hold, means to grasp or to hold. But look at this is the translation. How would you find out where the etnachtah is? That would be the translation. I'll give you a hint. Look at where the.
Is that the possession? The achuzah?
Yeah.
Possession.
Yeah, look at the end of the sentence.
Oh, the land that you possess, right? Eretz, right? Achuzatchem,
So
right?
in that sentence, you're going to have, right, when you enter the land of Canaan, I give you as a possession. You see a comma in the English?
Yeah, yeah.
That means you're going to have some kind of disjunctive in the trope. In this case, that's where the biggest one is. It's the biggest, the etnachtah being the biggest division within the sentence before you get to the end. Okay?
And most
And then
sentences.
when you get to this, technically it's called the siluk, what you're calling the siluk. The siluk is actually of.
Yeah, no, I heard somebody else say Siluk as well, so
Yeah,
that's not,
correct.
it's not a
That's the
foreign.
correct- It's like, it's formal names, I mean,
Yeah.
that way. So yeah, so you have La Achuzah, where the Etnachayas, and then Achuzat Chem here, and those happen to be where,
Right.
you have a comma, and then they put in another comma, because the idea isn't over. It spills into the next verse, you see that?
So it's not a period, it's just a,
Well,
I mean.
it's actually a longer idea. So, there's a huge clause, that sentence.
And you know what the other thing is? I guess it's just with practice. You know, you're reading it, and obviously, like words go together. Like uva, asher lo. You know, asher lo goes together. Now, obviously, in the Torah, the asher and the lo are not going to be
Right, you're not
connected.
gonna see a hyphen.
So that's sometimes where I want to go. Like I might want to go asher lo when I'm reading Torah, as opposed to asher lo havai.
Okay, but what does lo with a vav mean?
It means him or his.
His,
His, right.
So,
That
so the one whose house it is. So it has to be Asher Lo Habayim. Again, if you're.
Yeah, I really have to think of what I'm saying.
If you can look at the translation phrase by phrase, even, don't worry about, learning.
Yeah.
But that might help you. I mean, you know the word bayim, right? So
Right.
Asher Lo, so uva means what?
It means to come.
Right, so the one comes. Who comes? You have the verb first, and then in Hebrew you have the subject afterwards. So he comes. Who comes? The one who owns the house, the one whose house it is.
By oh, but then it's
One whose house it is. That's a possessive lo, spelled that way.
Asher. So it's like that his house. I mean, I'm almost like going Asher
The
lo.
one-
That is his
The
house.
one whose house, yeah.
You know what I mean? Because
That-
Asher is like that to
Well,
me.
you can't translate it word for word.
No, right.
Idioms don't work that way.
Right.
It's Hebrew.
Right.
You have to say in whose possession the house is, or something like that.
Right, and you gotta then. So when you're doing it, you're dissecting it. You're thinking of like where is the pause, and you're thinking in those terms when you're memorizing it. And
Yes.
obviously, what am I saying means a lot.
Those are the things you should focus on. Where the zakef patron is. The etnachta is the biggest subdivision within a sentence.
And
And
most
then
sentences have an most do.
Overwhelmingly.
There's something, and it's usually right around the middle of the sentence, usually. Or no?
Because if it's like he said,
Oh.
you'll get it after the he said, and then she said, in the narrative section, sometimes you'll get really skewed sentences like that.
Right.
It can be, as in, Bereshit bara Elohim, ve'nachta
Yeah.
shemayim
Alright.
ve'haaretz.
Right.
Even though it's not a big, like, you wouldn't say in the beginning God created, but that's where they put the enachta.
So may that make sense? Might not
It
make
usually
much
does,
sense.
though,
Yeah.
that's an
Yeah.
exception, yeah.
And sometimes like I also find I'm an auditory person, so if I sing it and I say I do my zakef gadol as keneged. I do da 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 da. That's mine.
We're talking about zakef. Oh, yeah, you have one in the next.
Yeah, keneged.
Well, I do it exactly the same way, I just don't do the grace notes. Keneged, you go keneged.
It's just
It's essentially the same.
Oh, that's funny because I always think of yours as so different from mine, but it's really not. Yeah.
Well, instead of, you do a
I
different
go da
doorbell,
da 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 da. Yeah.
and I go da 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 da, I just use the
Yeah,
essential.
yeah.
essential.
Interesting. And when you explain it that way, now I understand.
But I order them in other things, so, yeah, that's what makes the world go round.
And if I sing it and I hear it in my own ears saying, keneged is a different kind of trope. Keneged,
Yeah, but that's just a little detail.
Yeah, but
The biggest part, look where the etnachta is, you asked about this.
yeah.
Look where the etnachta
Oddly
is.
more.
Yeah, and that's just what I said before, remember he said, and she said?
Is there a lot of etnaftas on Lamor? Like, is Lamor generally an etnafta? Because it feels like Lamor. Like, it feels very, very common.
Look, and he comes, the one whose house it is, and he tells the Kohen, saying,
Yeah.
like
Right. It's almost like we're waiting on what did he say, right? That's
the
the
house
pause.
there. Yeah, was the appearance of the house to me, was the appearance to me of the house.
Right. And the other piece is like you said, sometimes the house is not really the end of the sentence, although it is at the siluk. So it'll be confusing. Where like in the English you'll see like a pause, like a comma, like possess
of a long clause. It helps you manage the clause. But let's see, the word, if you look at the beginning of verse 34 in the English, it's a when clause. When, then. Like, the word then is implied at the beginning of 35.
How come it's ki and not kasher? How come ki to me means because? Like, I mean.
No, not in biblical Hebrew. He
Okay.
can have a lot of meanings, and kasher is one of them.
Okay.
They do use kasher also.
Right.
Right.
Right. I know.
Yeah, but key has many meanings.
Okay.
Let's see if we can find.
Does it also mean because in biblical Hebrew? Or not necessarily?
Yes.
It also does.
Is that the usual way to say it? Yeah, yeah. But it means when also.
Also, okay.
But not in modern Hebrew.
Right.
When you come to that, yeah.
Right. I'm trying to think of what else would like grab. I mean, obviously, kadma ve'azla will grab my attention, and I'll think of okay. I'll try to think mentally. Start, the next verse with. I'll try to think in order. I try to almost give myself at least what everything starts with, because if I start on the wrong trope, I like.
You can read it over if you start with long trope, though.
It's
Has
so
that ever
hard.
happened to you?
Yeah, but I feel like a deer in the headlights. Like it just doesn't make sense because the musical notes are all off, and then I.
Here
feel
you
like
have
I'm
a long sentence with everything in 36.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, now do you know the difference between a kadma and a pashta?
Yes, I do.
Okay, sing.
So I would do B'teret.
Karen.
I'm sorry. My eyes. B'terem yavo hakohen. Yeah. So
I'm going to make a correction.
Okay.
I know a lot of chazanim do exactly what you did, but I don't understand why. B'terem is a conjunctive. I would avoid going b'terem yavo.
Oh, you want to continue it? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. I always learned that the kadma has a
A kadma is a conjunctive, and a pashta is a disjunctive.
disjunctive.
So b'terem yavo hakohen.
Interesting. I always pause there.
Yeah.
And and it's funny that a lot of chazanim do that.
I
Like,
don't know why. Because maybe Binder wrote it out as a longer note. B'terem. But that makes no sense to do.
so it really should be B'terem yavo hakohen.
But pause a tiny bit after a pashta. That one is a disjunctive. And a tipcha, by the way. Tipcha is the last disjunctive you're always going to get before either an etnafta or a sirur.
So that should be a pause too.
Tiny.
No, these are good.
Yeah.
These are great fine-tuning adjustments
Yeah,
that I can
exactly.
make.
Exactly. So those I can.
So it would be B'terem yavo hakohen
Right.
niro tetanega. Okay.
Keep going.
Okay. Velo yitma. Oh, here. Velo yitma.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
and then-
a little long.
Okay. Velo yitma. Kol asher babayis.
I think of it as a wonderful opportunity to take a tiny breath.
Yeah.
It helps it breathe. It helps the whole reading breathe. It helps you maintain your energy.
And I do what I tell every kid not to do. I get nervous and I go faster, and I should slow it down so that I can. You know what I mean? Like I feel like.
I went a little. My speed varied today.
But I feel like if I said it was
today.
You were nervous reading from
not
paper.
expecting not to read from the Torah.
That's funny because
Isn't
I
that
would.
funny?
But you know what's funny? I will say when I've practiced it out of the Stam or the Torah or whatever, I use Trope Trainer a lot, and I like Trope Trainer because you can print out a Stam version that's not quite the Torah calligraphy. I usually use that as an in-between step for my students. I say, now we've read it with the Nikudot, and now let's read it in the Stam version, and here's where it looks like a block of print, but here's where your seventh aliyah is, and here's where the maftir will start when you do it again, and so I just sent one to a student who has his in October. He just finished, he's doing the Ha'azinu. So I just sent it to him, and I like that as an in-between step, because then Rabbi Bronstein over at Pelham, he'll send him the picture of what it'll look like in the Torah.
And that's where he's reading from.
That's where he's reading from.
Yeah.
But in between, he's already seen it without the vowels.
Most people just do like the part that you're doing, which I do for myself also. I use the.
Oh, they never get to see it from the Torah, is what you're saying before?
Well, I don't come to this practice from this Torah. I did that the very first time before I started reading here.
Yeah.
And is very similar to the layout of this, of the Torah we normally use here.
Interesting.
Yeah, it doesn't match exactly, but I use that also. And I use the Korean, which doesn't look anything like the.
But I think once the student has, or I have, whatever, that I always print it out from Trope Train, once I see it in that, then my mind can go to that quicker, because now I've taken away all the prompts, you know, like I'm just
Yeah.
reading it. And then when I go back, if somebody then handed me with the Nicodot, then it looks funny to me, and I have to go like up and down with my eyes to look at them, as opposed to just reading it right to
Yeah.
left, you know. Sometimes when I go
I
back to
think
the Nicodot, sometimes it is harder. So I think that's what would happen to you today. I think
Yeah,
you're,
I think
you
you're
wanted
right.
to see it in the Torah, you were
It
used
was
to
not,
it.
it was not what I was prepared to do, right.
Right, right. I mean, you were fine.
Hello,
So-
Chag Sameach.
Hi, Chag Sameach. How are you?
services today?
There
They're
were,
over.
yeah, they happened already at 9:30. They happened. We're just chatting.
And we ended early, we ended early.
Oh, you just can't. Oh. you just
Tomorrow, there'll be more tomorrow.
can't. Tomorrow
there'll be a lot of
and
people.
tonight. There's going to be a couple
And
on
tonight.
Shabbat tonight at 6.
And I was supposed to sponsor the Kiddush today, was there Kiddush?
No, they didn't.
There was food in the fridge.
Oh, there was food in the fridge. Oh.
I felt a little lightheaded, I actually took a little piece of that delicious, what was it, spinach kugel? Was it? It was
I
really
have
good.
no idea, I'm in another dimension.
Well, maybe they can put it out tomorrow. I'm sure they can still whatever
Yeah.
they ordered. Oh, you thought it
Was
was
it mine? I didn't bring anything.
No.
I was just supposed to sponsor.
no, but
Well,
if you
there was-
sponsored, they probably.
it was not like a fridge full of food, it was just a few items, which is probably what they were supposed to.
Right, because they don't usually expect a big crowd on.
I imagine they would just serve it tomorrow.
We're just talking
Maybe
Torah.
there'll be more food tomorrow, because there'll be a bigger crowd too.
I'm glad we were here to tell you, because you would have come here and gone, what happened?
What is your name?
Eleanor Prentice.
Eleanor?
I've been here forever.
Well, we're both fairly new. I guess yeah.
Yeah, well, so I've just been teaching religious school here for a number of years. So, I mean, the music. So, and every once in a while, the family Shabbat, and I would daven once in a while.
So this is Lori Weber.
Oh, we know each other, yeah. We're old friends.
My parents fought to get this.
They what?
They fought to get the Pelham Jewish Center.
I didn't know
It was
that.
in the court for 3 years.
I didn't know that.
What year was
this?
this? Late
In the
50s?
50s.
My mother wrote a book and talked about that.
What's your mother's name?
She just passed away. Her name is Bailey Shargill. She wrote a book of the social history of the Jews in Westchester. And she interviewed people all around Westchester. And she has a little bit on that.
This
Um,
was
yeah.
some fight.
Yeah, and there were pictures and so forth. Anyway, I'm Dina Shargill. I'm a rabbi. Yeah, Shargill. And
Eleanor Prentice.
And
I
so,
didn't see
Rabbi
it.
Tina reads for us.
I'm the Torah reader.
Yeah, right, because she reads for us on Shabbat and Chagim and everything. Yeah, it's lovely. So I'm picking her brain today because I wanted to know how to do this a little bit smoother and faster because somehow I choke. I felt like I could, and I could
Don't
practice
aim for
it.
faster.
Yeah.
You're not a particularly slow reader.
No, I meant that I get like stuck is what I choke in the sense that I get like stuck, you know.
Okay, so
and
from a musical point of view, yeah, just make sure to breathe after a pashta.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Make sure to breathe after a tipa. Try it like this. Your throat will be hi tavo el eretz kanaan asher ani. That's a tiny disjunctive also. The tavir.
Yeah.
Asher ani noten lachem la'achuzah benazati negasara'a bevei eretz achuzathem. You see what I did?
Right.
Most people don't do all that.
No, you are more
That's what I
meticulous
learned to
than
do
what-
from
Miles.
Yeah. and no, I'm not the only one.
Yeah.
You know who follows him.
Hi, Samantha.
Were there
Eleanor.
many people here today?
What?
Were there many people here?
No.
No.
No, we didn't even get a minion.
We didn't get
We
any.
didn't get- Yeah, so
I'm sorry.
that's okay. No, but there's tomorrow. Tomorrow's Shabbat and Chag, so. Oh, I'm sorry to
Well,
get
nice
this
to
on.
meet you, Eleanor.
It was
It's-
nice to
yeah.
So nice to meet you, and
Someday I'll tell you the whole story of the Pelham Jewish Center.
I
Okay,
love
well, I'd
it.
love
I
to hear
love it. Oh, I'd love to know. Anyway, thanks, Eleanor.
So what I want to know now is, can Jews buy houses in Pelham now? Are there still issues? Once upon a time, Jews couldn't buy houses in Scarfield or Rye or.
But
Well,
I would think,
I
but I
don't
would,
know.
no, but I would think in this day and age.
I don't know. There are not a lot of Jews in Pelham. There are not a lot of Jews in Bronxville still.
I think,
I don't know if they,
is this Pelham Manor or is it Pelham? be the things like, doesn't everybody know this? You know, and like there's a lot that people just don't have never heard of before, or and it almost like there's some things that are just like so to me so core of being Jewish, and tonight I can't do what it was right now, but there was something I said, like, and I was just like, never heard of this, never saw it before.
Yeah, I remember that from when I started teaching also.
Right.
Years ago.
Right, when they say I've never seen that before, and it's something that you do like every week, or it's something that you do, you know, and it just,
Yeah.
and it's just saying like the
What is
parents.
it opportunity to?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I'm having actually a good time. I'm teaching a girl. It's from what is it? It's the Shalom Hebrew primer or whatever it is. But it's nice because it takes you through like sounding out where we're reading, doing a lot of reading, and then all of a sudden they start throwing in like real words in there, you know, and I don't know, it'll say bayit, or it'll say, you know, it goes, you know. So every chance I get, I'll say to her, this is a real word, or this is, you know.
Yeah, and that
Oat
program-
is a letter, or you know, whatever.
Yeah, I did some subbing here, remember, over
Yeah,
a year.
yeah.
And it was a cool program, and I thought, and Anna was so excited about it, and she said the kids are so excited about it, but I learned not all the kids are excited about it, and some of the, I was working with a little girl who struggles with Hebrew, she hates it. And she just, you know, if you don't love reading,
Right.
and you get lots of different kinds of drills with reading,
I
you know,
have a girl
it
coming up
doesn't mean
June
you're gonna
10th
love
here.
it.
I have a girl, June 11th is her bat mitzvah here. And it was a struggle to get her just to do the maftir, just the maftir. And of course, her friend's maftir is a little bit shorter. Oh, how come hers is shorter? You know, her haftarah is not so.
Yeah,
It's
no.
huge.
Yeah.
She's not even on the fourth verse yet. And I told, and Rabbi, no, we're all about, you know, I said, I'm doing the best I can. I said, it's very hard to, I'm trying to see her outside. What?
When did she start?
So this was the thing.
Because I saw that, I met that family months ago.
Yeah,
and
they
she
have
had
some-
sorry about that.
So no, so they start. So what happened was in the fall. The idea was, and I was away over the summer, and I wasn't part of the conversation. And the rabbi wasn't part of it because he wasn't here yet. The families really didn't want the kids originally to have like outside tutoring. They wanted them to get all their stuff done on Tuesday afternoon in a half hour with all of them. And I was like, there's no way. So I started doing that, and I said, so finally I said to the rabbi, I said, I'm going to tell the family, if we don't get it together by we have December. I said, I'm going to come back if in January she's not, you know, progressing or anything, and I'm giving her all this stuff to practice over break, you're going to have to talk about private
years.
I
and
know,
years.
I know.
I've had this also. It's really.
But then I get some students who are really into it. I have another student from Pelham who's into it. He practices every week. He's got it down. I tell the parents.
Yeah, you just watch out for that because it's a different, it's an unusual form. I think it may be unique in Torah.
Yeah. Oh, wait. But she's, oh yeah, right, okay, she's, all right, she starts, I think, at, oh yeah, she's a call bakar, right, you're right, here's, no, but this is just call bakar, la ola, yeah, she's got pretty much this, and I think she's allowed it by her memory. She probably doesn't have the third one, the third pasuk down.
Well, she has a little time to learn that.
She's a little bit right. So now I need to go back and we need to have a meeting with her and her parents and say, how do you think it's going?
Yeah.
What are we gonna, what are we gonna do? And but anyway, so it's been like pulling teeth with her. But the other student who I have, I tell his parents, I'm like, he's prepared everything. And the funny thing was, this other student that I had from Pelham, his sister worked with me, and she had Noah, and she had her maftir, and almost the whole haftarah down by the summer, and she had a
girl.
She's a girl. No, but then she decided she wouldn't do it anymore. She wouldn't do it, and the parents allowed her not to do it. Like I feel like, as a parent, I'm like, no, there's something you just got to do. You got to continue. So it's an interesting mix. The mother's Israeli, the father's American. So the kids are funny. They know how to pronounce. Like they hear the word, and they're good. Their Hebrew's excellent. They hear the Hebrew all the time.
Yeah.
Their reading's pretty good, and he's got the reish, like the Israeli. He does. So I always feel so Americanized when I whatever. It's
American.
means more. It means more. Whatever. But he's doing beautifully.
When's the birthday?
So his is October 8th. So we're gonna now first switch because now he's got his whole. And I gave him a stom. I sent it to him in his email,
Yeah.
so he can now look at that. Rabbi's gonna give him his because Hazina the maftir was pretty lengthy for a maftir.
Yes.
I'm gonna say.
Oh, you mean the Haftarah?
No, the Torah reading. It was
I can't remember.
a little lengthier than. Go towards the end.
Anyway,
Yeah, sure.
yeah, no, I don't remember. As you can see, I don't remember now. So
Yeah, this is it's a decent amount. He's 48. I mean, the seventh
Yeah.
Aliyah and
Yeah. Oh, he doesn't have to. Oh,
oh, sorry, he's
you're right. That's the maftir.
Yeah.
The other part to add on for the seventh aliyah isn't very long.
right 47 maybe.
No. Here.
44. Yes, but for a kid, that's a lengthy. He and he's got this pretty much. Like
Right.
I think for a kid that's decent. His sister had a much shorter one, and she didn't really want to do it. I think she was very nervous. She had a very airy voice, and she was very nervous. And finally, during the summer, I'm like, listen, I just can't get her to do it. She's not going to do it. So I said, all right, but he's a different ball of wax. And I told his parents, I said, he practices every week. He comes in.
Oh,
She
great.
says, and he won't accept any can see it like in the print, but I can't think of the words.
You're talking about Udas Hanatokef?
No, we've,
There's angels in there.
yeah, but I'm thinking of the,
Malachim Yichafezun.
yes, right, oh, yes, right. But they wanted to be like, they're very big on like, not, you know, like they say that's too much chocolate. You know, there's parts where you want it to be very pure. And I was in trouble with that because I want to bring on my vibrato and my chocolate, you
Right,
know.
but the thing is to be intentional about what you're,
Exactly.
what you do when.
Exactly. Yeah, so,
Anyway, I have a, can we, mind if we change the subject?
sure.
So I've been teaching some adult ed classes. And I love doing it. And I'm on social media. I have some people who were my students in the past, and like they're very gung ho.
Is it an online course?
It's online, but like,
Oh, yes.
and so I figured maybe it's time that I actually design a website, you know, and talk about some, you know,
And really
things I do,
truly advertise and
you know,
truly-
freelancing, and then
Yeah.
get a Facebook account. I haven't.
Oh, you haven't been on Facebook?
No, and then not because I want to post everything on Facebook, but that will enable me to join other groups.
Yes,
So I can
yes.
post an adult ed flyer.
My husband
Refer people to my website.
was poo-pooing it for years, and then he also
But
like,
how do I, do you have a website?
I don't know the website.
I find this, I've been sitting for hours this week and trying to figure out this website stuff. My husband told me, start from scratch, take, like I went on, well, I tried another thing, so I tried Squarespace, and I was complete, I chose something beautiful looking, and it was too hard. So I found out that Wix is actually easier, so I chose a Wix. Anyway, my husband said, you know what, they let you choose a blank template, do a blank one and I'll help you. 'Cause he knows a little bit about coding, he wants
Oh, you can build a website?
but he hasn't been available, so I've been trying to figure it out, and
Is it
It's
pay to
not
hire,
intuitive.
is it pay just to hire somebody to do it? Is it very expensive? Is, oh, it is, it's very expensive.
I mean, from what I saw online, it is. I would have somebody have Rahman on me and just give me a few pointers.
You need like a high school student, I think you need like, I bet you.
I asked a couple of high school, I finally got up the nerve this week,
Right.
I talked to
Because they
some
probably know
parents.
they wouldn't be too
But they
expensive.
don't, but I haven't found the techies yet. I mean, there are people who love to do this kind of thing,
Yeah.
and I'd be thrilled to.
Yeah.
She has money.
Oh, yeah.
I should, you know, I should talk to education.
And Neko, I wonder if Neko can help you. Her husband, he's
Oh, really?
I'm pretty sure, because he does all the tech and the camera.
I mean, I know somebody, she's in California now, but she does this stuff for a living, and she would help, she would probably just be using plans. I
Yeah.
just wanna understand, like, I make a mistake, it's not intuitive, how you delete it.
I know, I'm also not with you there
It
either.
deleted everything, when I finally found the undo or
Yeah,
redo,
yeah, yeah.
it deleted everything. Then I found out there's a site history, that's all I got to it, and then,
I'm
I
with you,
just need
we
somebody
had
to
to,
sit with me for one session,
yeah.
and let me get some stuff out there.
When we had to
You know,
go
my
all
husband's-
Zoom, I hated it also because I put my stuff on a, you know, on a presentation, on a slide presentation, and I'm also not a tech person, you know,
Well,
so
I'm
like,
finally comfortable with that, because I've been doing it for 2 years.
oh, that's
The
good.
Zoom, like it's sharing a video, and it enriches the class so much. We did the classes on Bereshit, just
Oh.
the creation story. We've been doing just the creations, Genesis 1 to 3, for 2 years. And it hasn't been all the same people in the class, but we do it by topic, you know, so we talk like, what was the forbidden fruit? So.
Right, it wasn't an apple, it was,
Right, so where does that idea come from? Where does the apple come from? What is it,
Right.
what do the medieval Jewish scholars say
Was,
about that?
was,
What
was
is-
it a fig? What was the actual forbidden?
Well, it's not identified.
Oh,
so
okay.
it's-
But this had fig leaves, one kind of thinks like maybe it
So
was a
the
fig
fig
fruit,
is,
right?
the fig is an excellent
so many great things.
He's great.
He's just
I would like to take that course.
oh yeah. And what I did was, since I finished it after COVID, and I hadn't written the final paper yet, so I sat while we were in homebound, and I sat with the Zoom, all the Zoom's video. So I sat and then I took notes on, like almost word for word what he said. And now I have a book that actually,
I should look at your book.
yeah, I mean, and it was just great themes about things like just the themes that ran through there, the theme of seeing and transcendence and all these, like he looks at it like Leonard Cohen, like, you have to have a little crack and let somebody in kind of thing. He had this whole, about light and seeing and all these, things that I just didn't pay attention to in the characters and how, the difference between transcendence and, transcendence and what was the other one? And the other one. Transcendence and,
Imminence.
no, it wasn't imminence. It was, oh goodness, I'm forgetting what he told me.
Transcendence and imminence.
But there was like something else with transcendence in it. And I'm gonna think of it as soon as I leave you probably. Like the like
something I never heard of.
like this. My brain is just a big ball of mush because I'm just trying to strip too much into it. What did he say? I'll have to bring my book sometime and just. Oh God, like I guess it's one of them is that we are striving for a transcendence, and that God is the transcendent, and that we can never like get there. You can never be God. Really great guy, but there were obviously flawed things there too, and the mistakes that he made, and and it was just
Him and like throwing out every single member of his family.
yeah, like that too, like or throwing his wife under the bus, and yeah, that would be like one of them. But yeah, we're the whole Ishmael thing and how Sarah treated Sarah's treatment of Hagar and how Abraham handled the two of them, and then made out of it, because he was caught between, he wasn't, he sent Hagar out into the desert because his wife said so, that wasn't exactly, and son, right, and son to starve, but there's really been a lot of just cool language that, about Ra'ah, Ro'ed, seeing and light, all these things.
Sorry about looking at my watch. My writing's supposed to be on
No,
there.
that's okay. So make sure it might. So do we have to close doors or anything?
That one's closed. We need to close this one. And just close it behind me. I mean, you can pull it or whatever. It needs to be done. You can just walk out this way. You're parked in the back?
I'm actually around right over here around the corner.
I like on a windy day, the mask actually
Yeah.
really warming.
It's kind of funny. I had COVID several weeks ago, so I know I'm not spread. I'm immune right now. There's just these other yucky things that are going on, like these virusy things. And I'm kind of like,
Oh yeah, like what Ben had.
yeah.
His family, that was horrible.
So his whole family got the stomach bug.
Yeah.
And part of it's like I don't know if it so that's why like I was just being extra like I said, well, maybe a mask covering me from particles in the air might be not be a bad
I'm
idea.
shocked that after a super spreader event here, that show, well, it turned out not to be, I mean, it was just people were sitting on the.
Yeah, me that was where I got it. It was me, Jeremy, and
Yeah. Well, I guess it was a super spreader.
there's three of us wound up with it. Yeah.
Well, it's just 3 people?
Just three, yeah. As far as I know, it was me and Jeremy and Mark. I think Mark was one of them.
So the open door on one side might have helped spare.
It might have. So what happened was, because we had these screens like for like costume changes and all these things. I should have had probably a mask sitting backstage because I was with Mark and Jeremy on that side. I was definitely together then.
Yeah.
The thing was, and Mark actually came in, with a little sniffle or whatever, and I kind of asked him. I said, "Everybody like okay?" Oh yeah, I tested. I'm negative. everybody brought me food, where they stayed, thank goodness they didn't test positive. Now we're trying to get the family together in 2 weeks, for Zachary's re-celebration, which we haven't had in 2 years. So he's another one. I got to work with him today because he's got a very short Haftarah. He's going to read here on May 7th. He's going to read Haftarah. He's got the Kiddushim one with it's really really short. It's
Elmore, right?
yeah, but
Hiroshima or Elmore?
yeah, he's got. I know what pages.
I did look ahead. Hopefully I'll be here that day.
Okay, great. Yeah, we're going to sponsor the Kiddush on that day, so if you can stay a little later, come celebrate with us.
Yeah, I'm just not comfortable eating in front of people.
He's got this one. This is the shortest one in the book. It's this one.
Right.
Authoring vote shows that.
It's the Haftarah for Kiddushim, or Haftarah not Kiddushim?
See, I get confused. That's why it's like blurry to me too. Like which one is actually? I think Torah is Kiddushim. It's May 7th. I think it's Kiddushim that week. But this kid, he's like up to like here or something, and I'm like, all right, we got to work together to make sure. I said, you're the shortest one in the book. You can't mess this up because you're my kid, and you got like the shortest. Daniela would have, she would have gone to, she would have fought him for it, She could have had that short one. Yeah, so what is April 27th? Yeah, so for that reason, I'm being even extra cautious too with, I'm just worrying, I don't want anyone to get sick and not be able to celebrate with the family. And
Are you eating in restaurants these days?
I am, but
How do you?
I prefer to eat outside if I could.
Right.
And if I do, I like to also eat where I'm like, just separate from, if I see like people putting people like on top of each other. I don't eat a lot in restaurants. I generally would do takeout, or I cook. So we don't do a lot of eating restaurants. I'm trying to see. So May 7th is,
No, we don't either. I really miss it.
oh, I miss going to shows. I miss seeing a good,
Oh, I went to the opera with my father the other day.
You did?
Everybody has 3 masks,
That's good.
although the person sitting next to him had the mask, also somebody elderly, had the mask falling off her face.
Oh, gosh.
But, everybody's, back.
Yeah, it's Kiddushim. It's May 7th.
You have to show proof of vaccination,
Oh.
and, Kiddushim, okay.
It's Kiddushim, so that's why, right, that's why the Haftarah is right, Amos
Almost.
7 to 15, right.
Although, B'nai Kushim, Assembly, right?
Yeah, so he is,
You're like Ethiopians to me. I took them out of, I redeemed them too,
Who's doing?
because, you're not the only people in the world. I love it. It's a great challenge for the,
Wait, what is this doing? Just put it
great
back somewhere.
challenge idea that we think we're special.
You see where I just put the book?
What?
I just had the Haftarah book. I had the Haftarah book in my hand, and I thought I just put it back under here, and I don't see it. Am I crazy?
I think you did.
I thought I did too. Oh, you know what? It blended in with the. Yeah, so. I have to check it one more time just to.
I'm gonna go out and see if he's here, because I didn't see him pull up, but I could have been looking away.
So this has to do with Ethiopians? Is that what you said? I don't know if I looked at the translation on Amos.
Yeah, Kushim,
Oh, the Kush. Oh, right.
Kush, Earth Kush. Yeah, if he's not
Yes.
here, though, he'll be back. Oh, you know what, that might be, I don't know if the guy usually gets it, it's coming.
So is this somebody they rent through the shul here? Or is it, oh, that's great. That's good.
Yeah, I'm happy